Good morning, patiently waiting viewers. All right. It's now the countdown to earnings. 2 more days. Although TradingView still says it's today. But perhaps the numbers are released today. And on Monday they have their meeting. Either way, here we are. All right. Market is about to open in 2, 1, and open. So we started at 2.5% up. Excellent. So that brings us over the first drop yesterday. Good, good, good. Yeah, TradingView. Yeah, it's got to be wrong. Yeah. So let's see the wider market. Okay. So CCL's down 2%. UK is not doing it. The Dow's down. Everyone's down. NASDAQ is partially green. And Robinhood's up 23% overnight. Holy shit. No way. Oh man, they're going to short squeeze something hard. I'd get in on that. Oh boy, this baby's about to fly off the handles. All the people that were short selling it got pooched yesterday when it went up 20%. It now gapped up 25 overnight. Oof. Yeah, that's gonna friggin' fly off the handle. It's at the highest traded right now. Yeah. Holy shit. I can. That's nuts. Well, Robinhood's gonna be crazy today. Anyways, most of our recovery, I'm betting good money, is because of yesterday. We were negative when the Dow wasn't. And so, as I was saying last night, what normally happens is then you get the course correction in the morning because everyone went to bed. They like looked at this and just said, ah, fuck it. And then they didn't participate in this. But then when the market opens again, they come back and they go, oh, well, this happened yesterday. I better correct. And so we're seeing that now. But, oof. That's nuts on Robinhood. What's the volume? Already at 8 mil. What are we at? 4. Okay, so it's not huge volume, but it might be huge volume for them. Shit, it's at 61. Oh, man. Yeah, it's up 31%, and it's probably not going to stop. Now, the opening salvo is a little too early to tell. So it's at 15. Yeah, it hasn't updated yet. Ooh-wee. Oh, at the very least, you could take out puts after 12 o'clock. Or take a call out for now till 12. Jeez. Yeah. I think all the short sellers are getting squozen. Oh, we're on the 5 minute. Let's take a look. Oh, shit. Hasn't even started to slow down. Yeah, we're taking the same pattern. That's interesting. Interesting. Where the hell's Hood? Oh, here it is. Get your ass back down here. And GME. Damn, it's going for another push. Woof. Damn, Hood's just burning it up. Yep, 37. So until it gets under this blue line, it's going to keep going. Yeah, this has got to be a short squeeze and FOMO. Because that lady, that ARC lady, bought in yesterday. And she bought like $1.5 million worth. And then it's incredible how these rich people are like, hey, everyone, I just spent $2 billion on this no-name stock. And then they walk away. And then everyone piles in and they make money. And then they get out. It's like people are so fucking gullible. Yeah. But if you don't jump in when they jump in, you can't ride with them, right? And so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Damn, that lady just made 40% on 1.5 mil overnight. Fuck me. That's a lot of money. Yeah. Now it's starting to show signs of slowing down. Where is it now? Still pretty good though. It's frozen here. Oh, it's frozen. It's a market halt. It's been halted. Yeah. I just noticed there's no bid ask, so it's halted. Yep. Damn. It's always fun watching the intensity of when they gun it. Jeez, that's a lot. We might be going into a power shape. CCL's recovering. Dow's a little depressed. I guess Hood's the one to watch. 20 mil and 40% in 5 minutes. Yeah. But that means most of it's green because we can do 100 mil in like no time flat, but we don't go up 40% with 100 mil. So that means most of this is green, which means red's in the background and it's going to come out in a vengeance and swat this down. Probably whenever that ARC lady pulls the trigger. That's still nuts. Okay, so we're trending sideways, slightly down. Come on, unlock this baby. I want to see some action. Pretty sure it's a 5-minute halt, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 39. Okay, coming up. Okay, should be back on any second now. Come on. Yeah, it's a 5-minute halt, if I remember correctly. Unless there's something else wrong. But if it's 25%, I think is the halt in a minute or 2 minutes. If it goes up 25% in 2 minutes. And that's the one we should have triggered. Yeah, I know, Shane, but still, holy crap. 10-minute halts. Okay. Well, then we got a few more minutes to wait. Okay. Oh, there we go. 34. That was 5 minutes. 6 minutes. Yeah. Oof. That's nuts. What are they evaluated at now? 55.09 billion. Crazy FOMO. Yeah, exactly. But of course, you can ride it until it comes down. Now, this doesn't have any support and resistance, so here's a slope. This here at 60 and maybe at 65 because of the halt will provide support when it comes tumbling down. But she's going parabolic right now. So you probably still got some more legs left on it. Yeah. Halted again. Damn. So overall, it looks okay, minus the little bit of early depression on the market. We're probably seeing some red because people are taking money out and putting it in hood. Well, the market's not controlled. It's just if you break circuit breakers that exist all the time, off it goes, right? There's no nefarious action here. Everyone knows about the circuit breakers. It's like they exist. Don't trigger them. But of course, you're not manually triggering them. The thing that should amaze you is how lemming-like people go and spend money, right? Everyone piles in, you know, nuts. But then you can't say it's stupid because if it makes money, it makes money, right? Yeah. Well, AMC does AMC. It's just a stock. It doesn't have a say in the matter. But the people that invest in AMC, you know, right now, evidently the psychos are over at Hood, all piling in. It's nuts. But yeah, so I was thinking that yesterday because the short sellers really got squeezed out, and then it was like once I heard, the institutional buy-in, it was like, man, no short seller's going to be able to hold on now. Yeah, yeah, I'd wait on those puts. Now's not the if AMC starts surging, that's probably when Hood's going to start going down. They're going to transfer from one to another. Okay. When was this? 41. So it should unlock in 2 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I know. It's nuts. Like, but the thing is, it's not like it's a good investment, right? It's just she invested and other people followed suit. Nothing changed overnight, right? Like, fuck. To have that much power, you know? And I mean, that's not market manipulation. It's just cult of personality, but it's like pretty much market manipulation. Hey guys, I'm famous and I'm going to invest in blank. It'd be a shame if you all invested too at the same time, you know? Yeah, shit. ARK just went up 60% on her investment. Okay, this should kick open anytime now. Do 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 do. Come on, Hood. Why is it not unlocking? Did I measure it wrong? There it is. Well, at least this is much more entertaining. Nuts. $73.29. Okay, so they're touching bottom. Oh, it looks like the FOMO, someone's pulling the plug. Let's see how green reacts. If green doesn't push it all the way back, it's over. Then it's time for your puts. Come on. What? Did it lock? Oh my god, did it? It did. It went down and triggered a market. Oh, 15% in under a minute. It triggered the circuit breaker on the way down. Man, stocks aren't supposed to move so fast. Oh, yeah, another halt. I was like, oh, that's gonna crack. Wait, it's not moving. Another halt. I mean, realistically, if I zoom out to the level we're looking at Hood at, we're like this. You know, Hood's moving up and down the screen at that kind of zoom level. It's like nuts. Oh man. Yeah, if I keep the same zoom level, we would be looking at something like that. Yeah, like, look at how big they are at the same zoom level. It's like, okay, following the stock. Almost there. Come on. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah. So how much was that in? Yeah. So that's 13% in less than a minute. Jeez. Now the question is it going to be green or red when this opens? Green because they got time to buy back in and the red has been stopped, but red because it's stopped on the way down. So everyone's now got a chance to pile in. Hard to tell. You saw it when it paused the last time. It went green, red real quick, but the red was not big enough and green just destroyed it. I think it was actually this one right here. Yeah. Red to 60 with another halt. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I was going to go to Walmart to get some drinkables, but this is entertaining as hell. I do like a good train wreck. Train wrecks are the best. Going up is pretty cool, but going down, that's the fun one. Just toot toot. This train has no brakes. No brakes on this train. Yee. Oh, and in the in-flight entertainment today, I'm writing the code to do the graphics I was working on yesterday. So I'm basically building a web page that's going to go at a bus stop. Oh yeah, definitely you don't want to be on the train while it's crashing. I fully agree. Sweet. Swifty. My girlfriend's age, Swifty5. Mine's 72.12. It's just because it got frozen mid-flight, so the data can be off. Yeah. Just like the end of day. Same problem. Oh, we're heading back down. All this hood excitement. All right. I don't think it'll be bell to bell hop. I'm pretty sure you only get 3, 2 of them, 2 in both directions, and then it's open country. Okay, so green 1. Ooh, with an 80% recovery so far. Oh, but red's hammering it. It's going down. Come on, red. Yep, it's over. It's over. Red comes with the second swing. No, green. It's done. You're cut. You're cut, green. You're not coming back from this. Nope. The run's over. The writing's on the wall. Give up. Yep. That's right. Embrace the red. Indeed. Yeah. Oh, green's putting up a good fight to stabilize it. They're holding back the red tide. But you can see red's dumping and green's pushing back. Red's dumping, green's pushing back. Green's going to run out of money. Come on. Don't give them hope. No hope. Yep, they don't get lemons. No. Speaking of lemons, we should get some lemons in here. Since we're going to rebound soon. We didn't get a dip. We just kind of trickled down. I think everyone's watching Hood. We should start to rebound in the next 2 minutes, though. Do. What if I do this? It doesn't look centered at all. F12. Apparently it is, but it's not. There's no center class anymore. Center. Okay. Yeah, looking good. Mm-hmm. Well, that arc has sprung a leak. It's officially hit the iceberg. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Not that we're doing much better. Yeah. Well, the US talking about fresh lockdowns is going to friggin' screw everything up. Like, you see the Dow completely muted. The word lockdown is probably the worst word for AMC. One center. We need to find a bottom. So far we haven't, which is why we're dropping. At least we started with 2% up. They do the delta test when the person goes in. and then they find out that they're infected with blank versus blank, you test for it. What am I looking for? Centering. Same garbage. I think so. Yeah, because an antigen test wouldn't do it. It would be blood work. And that it's normal case, like you would know when you go to the hospital. When they do blood work, they do what they call surveillance samples. So they know what they're dealing with. But the initial test is just like, oh, you've got AIDS. Okay, we'll start treating you for AIDS. Then they do blood work in the background to find out if it's super AIDS, AIDS 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And those are the air quote variants. But I mean, the treatment is kind of the same. They just need to know how aggressive it's going to be, right? So, yeah. And then sometimes they also just test you to see if, okay, you got AIDS, but you got anything else? But I mean, that doesn't apply to this conversation, but they do kind of a, that's why they always take blood work to do a kind of a surveillance to see what else is in there. Okay, you got Delta and herpes. Shit. Herpes Delta variant. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Delta's like a 10x infection rate. So basically, if people were getting sick already with something that was 10 times less virulent, now you have, at least people are vaccinated, so the severity won't be as bad, but now it's 10 times more aggressive in getting infected. You need 10 times less to get infected. Because technically, infection's about viral load. It's how long you're exposed to how much virus. You know, you get 1 unit of virus, you're not going to get sick. But generally, when you touch something, you're getting 1 billion units of that virus. And even then, you might not get sick. But if you get 1 billion over the course of 3 hours, you're fine. If you get 1 billion in half a second because you licked your finger, that might result in infection. And that's what viral load is, amount of virus over time. It needs to overwhelm the immunity system. And then once it does that, it starts growing faster than your body can fight it, and then you lose, depending on the virus. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 1 billion. But yeah, anyways, it's not a good time to be an old person. Let's put it that way. You're friggin' rolling the dice. But as long as you don't touch your face, you're pretty much good to go. As long as you don't have open cuts, just don't touch your face. Hands and no go to face. And you should be okay. For the most part. Yeah, I'm going to say Hood's going to go to 50. Yeah, I'd say 50, 53 maybe. I expect a dip. If they keep struggling, if they don't get their uptick, where is it here? 10, 9. So their uptick would be, oh, we still got a while to go. Geez, Hood was moving so fast, I lost track of time. So their uptick should be way out here. So we'll see. Same with us. We're just going into the first dip. Completely lost track of time. So we'll find the bottom, and then we'll possibly dip. And then off we go. Still not too bad. Down 1%. Gonna be, we'll see how ARK's doing. It's still too early for a dip. They're still gonna get a dip, which is gonna come in this, and then if that dip is severe, it might cause a rout. Yeah. Masks would if they're contaminated, John. If they're not contaminated, then they wouldn't. Because they provide a barrier, right? But if someone licks your face, well, then you're just dumb. But at the very least, they stop you from touching your face, which is helpful. But yeah, if you get your hands contaminated, you're pretty screwed because you're going to put it on your mask and put it on your face. The viral load increases. The virus doesn't increase, but the time to which you're breathing it in increases. Yeah. But that's, proper hygiene practices and all that sort of stuff. Like if shit goes real sour, we should all be wearing P100 masks, like respirators that you'd use for painting. But explaining that to the general public, it's too hard for them to understand. But if it ever got really bad, that's what you should be walking around with, a full respiratory mask. And then if it got super bad, you would have an air recycler like you see those hazmat suits, because you need to protect your eyes and the mucous membranes because it's floating in the air, right? If it touches your eye, it gets into your tear duct. But the virus is not that virulent that, eye exposure causes death. It's not friggin' Ebola. I mean, damn, Ebola is deadly. Like, deadly. It takes nothing and your body can't fight it. It's like you're toast. But now this requires, a large concentration in your lungs, and it's just a lung kicking virus. But which is why it's taking out old people, diminished lung capacity, and they're susceptible to pneumonia, lower immunities. But yeah. Oh, welcome back, Justin. Yeah, Delta is definitely hammering us. I still think it's going to go up. It's just as long as we have fears of COVID, this stock's going to be in the shitter for a bit. And since the US is talking about fresh lockdowns after they said they weren't going to do any more lockdowns, that's going to put the fear across the whole market, which is what you're seeing. The market's kind of unsettled and doesn't know what to think. Yeah. But for us, I think we'll just do like we did yesterday, where we'll find a bottom and then we'll slowly drift up. I think is what we're going to be doing today. Oh yeah, it's not just AMC that's down. You got a lot of red. Like CCL, it's taking a hammering, right? Because CCL can't operate. There are zero ability to operate in a pandemic. Technically, AMC can operate in a pandemic. They can isolate, they can bleach, but you can't have a friggin' cruise ship full of infected people, right? And then, yeah, you could have everyone wait in a hotel for 14 days before getting on the ship, but that's not going to work, right? Whereas AMC, they're just like, oh, don't come if you're infected. You're in and out. You don't have, 3 weeks to infect the place, right? You only have a short time in that seat, short time in the air, and everything gets bleached with like a sprayer probably. So you have no time to contaminate the place unless you're like bleeding everywhere or something ridiculous. And then that's a different type of biohazard. Yeah. Oh man, poor CCL. They're probably going to go out of friggin' business. Like the insane amount of money they must be losing. They can't operate, they can't do anything. Tourist season's almost over. Like, damn. Oh well. Yeah. Just the teens? What are the teens? AMD is still claiming. Whoa, what's GM doing? GM is taking a hit. 7%. That's a lot for GM. And their earnings were good? Wow, that's definitely buy on hype, sell on Truth. Jeez. Wow, look at that sell off too. Like volume's kind of meh, and then boom. Yeah, that's more volume than they've seen since the start of the year. Shit, GM's been doing great. Oh no, they haven't been doing great. Just people have been estimating 2-1. They're actually losing money right now. Yeah, so their finances are back to, yeah. Wow, this pandemic's been good for them. Jesus. Yeah, this pandemic's been really good for them. So they were netting 1.6 or so. Pandemic brings them down to like negative, not even negative, 0.17. Then they come back to 1.6, 1.9, hit 2.7, then go back to 2, and now they're at 1.97. Holy crap. So their earnings went from 0 essentially to 2 times that. Well, technically it's even more than that. But holy crap, that's quite the increase. And for such a big company too. It's hard for large companies to have that kind of growth. So that growth is not because they're selling more cars. It's going to be because people are investing in them. They think the future is going to be good, or they want a bid, or opened a new market, got a foothold in India or China. Who knows? Okay, so the arc is about to break again at 62.64. We might have found a bottom. I'll praise the lemons. CCL looks like they found a bottom too. So then this may not be the bottom. It might just be the market's going up and we're all going with it. Yeah, it looks like the general sentiment has improved. All right. That's good. At least the rampant negativity might have lifted. Oh, Hood's halted right now again? Shouldn't be halted right now. Yeah, it's running. Yeah. Yeah, it got halted twice or 3 times this morning. Twice on the way up and once on the way down. Yeah, earlier. Yeah, we were here for that. Yeah. Yeah, it got halted on the way up and then a millisecond later halted on the way down. And I was like, okay, it's going to crash now. Wait, it's not moving. It was awake for almost a second. And that was it. It was great. Um, all right, text alignment. Okay. I need text center. And actually, let's do H1. Let's see what it looks like. Bingo. I had a dog, and his name was Bingo. Okay. Do. Nice. Yeah, so you're able to buy EENF? Yeah, you're up 14. Yeah, I can't buy it, but yeah, she's been doing good since we last looked at it. It's up 114%. Yeah. No, that's definitely a good call. Such a nice stock. And unfortunately, I can't buy it for some reason. I don't have access to said markets. Probably a way to buy it if I really cared. So we're looking decent, at least from a stabilization standpoint. Hood's leveling out. Still huge mood swings. Yeah. Like, that's nuts. That's jumping 10 cents. It's just jumping, which means they're throwing basically nuclear bombs back and forth for that level of jumping. And the leveling out is still pretty big. They've just kind of slowed down. But look at the sticks. You're going from 65 to 62. A $3 swing in under a minute. How much is that in percent? It's a 3.5% swing a minute. Jeez. That's 3 times what we've done already today. In a minute. Crazy. Let's get this back down here so I can watch it. All right. Yeah, I miss our mood swings as well. I mean, that day is coming. I'm just hoping I can build up my investment enough that I can really enjoy that day when it happens. Yeah. Yeah. I got back in and I got a good chunk of it, but I used almost all my winnings on that put. So I'm back to mediocre money because I tried to make myself a millionaire. If it paid out, it would have been great, but it didn't. So here we are. Doggy and yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. I got in late January and then I started streaming early March or late February. Oh yeah, mid Feb or late Feb. Yeah. And we've been here ever since. Yeah. It's all good. You have to go through it once so that you can be ready for the next time. Oh, but at least if this keeps going sideways, I'll have some time to go run and get some stuff to drink. Looks like Hood settled down. That's friggin' nuts. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go grab some pop and milk. I'll let this thing ride. Do not expect it to go much further down. Should level out, and we should see the uptick around here. Hopefully I'll be back by then. Yeah. Well, I tried to explain a squeeze to you guys before it happened because everyone's like, is this the squeeze? Is this the squeeze? I'm like, you will know. And as you saw, you know, it started off kind of like, it's possible this is just a run up. But once it goes parabolic, it's like, damn. Like this is a squeeze here. This here is a squeeze. But the thing is, you don't know the length of how far it can run, right? So they went from 34 and they squeezed them out here, leveled out, and then they really squeezed them. Like, look at that one, right up to here, right? So that's a squeeze. But squeezes are usually short-lived, right? So see how this has kind of died out? Now, this didn't come down over 50%, did it? Let's see here. So it still has a chance of going back up. Gant box. Okay, it is below 50%. And if we take the larger one, it's also below 50%. Nope, she's gonna go. So unless some magic happens and gets it back up to about 67, it's gonna dip because it's under this guy and under the bigger guy. So that usually spells down, but it might find support. But this is a slope, so the only support is here, which is where it is right now. So if it goes any lower, it's gonna free fall to 46, 47. So that's basically 48. Might not be a bad time to buy that put. Yeah. All right. We're testing the bottoms. And I will be back. Just going to go AFK for drinkables. And I'm back. Oh, my internal organs. Man, it takes a lot out of me. Once they figure out what's wrong with me, it's going to be great. God. I used to be able to walk 32 kilometers and not even be tired. Now I can't even walk across the street without being dead. What has happened? Okay. So on the in-flight entertainment, I'm just going to be working on the display that goes at the bus stops. So it'll be about this big. Well, it's really tiny for you, but here, let me just quickly stretch it. It'll be about that big, if you will. I know it's relative size, but you know, if that's a piece of paper, it would be about 20% of the upper corner, maybe upwards to 40. Yeah. Yeah. You got a point there, my name. Don't mind me panting a little here. Oh. It's not that I'm out of breath. What happens is the hormones kick in, which raises the heart rate, which then makes me go out of breath. So it's not effort. It's because my heart rate goes up to like 200 plus. So it's like I'm running a marathon and I'm not even moving. Great for weight loss. And then all my muscles lock up. And then that's the painful part. The muscle locking's coming soon. But anyways, yeah, you're right. If I go back, hopefully by then I'll have enough money on the stock market I can retire early. Take a sabbatical. Yeah. And if I get more subscribers, I can just live off the hype, just like all the other quality leeching individuals of the YouTube world. Yeah. Provide nothing and take everything. Very definition of a leech. Oh. Okay, what about Hood? Yeah, they're treading. Dow's sinking. Nasdaq's neutral. S&P neutral to sinking. And we are not doing so good either. So we failed to find a bottom. I was hoping it would have been this when I left, but it broke down. Hope gets you nowhere on the stock market. Only diamond hands. I mean, this is starting to look okay. This is a bad sign, though. It went green. So first it has candles on the top, so it's getting pushed down. The second one is weak. These two are strong, but if this one comes out semi-weak, it'll roll. If this one comes better than this one, or this one's stronger, or basically they gain velocity, we should be okay. But chances are, because of this slowdown here, we're going to see red. But who knows? Yeah. Okay. Can't get too distracted here. Get this done sometime in my lifetime. Okay. Oh, I got the COVIDs. So far, so good. I was expecting that red to yank us under, but we managed to hold out. Not bad. There might be hope for us yet. No, Marshall, I was joking. I went out and got pop or soda or soft drinks, and my body's shutting down. So I was coughing, and I'm like, oh, got the COVID. Got the vid. I was out for 5 minutes. No, I won't get COVID. I don't interact with people. For me to get COVID would be very hard. I wouldn't know, Marcus. I don't follow the guy. Him and his nefarious ways. Too much hype. I've been using Bootstrap for ages, and I just figured out what MT stands for. Margin top. If you take away the T, it applies it to all sides. Oh my god. Why did it take me 5+ years to figure that out? Shit. Well, that's retarded. Good stuff. Fuck, how did I fuck that up? Damn. How do I set the border thickness? Oh, just with a number. Wood. Border 5. Does not like it. Like 0. So apparently they took it away. Okay. Oh, this is Bootstrap 4. Oh, that's why. That's why. I got. Okay, good. Okay. Bootstrap border 5. That should work. Oh, and it does. Giggity. All right. That is good. Do these stack? They don't. Boom. I love it. Yeah, pretend you have a choice, exactly. The allegory of the stock. The idea that you have any control over this. But as I said countless times now, when it's all over, you won't give a crap. No, you have to wait. Waiting sucks, but once it's all done, you'll count your money and you won't give a shit. Okay, how am I gonna do this? Hmm. Yep. Oh. I think we're all in the same boat. Yeah, actually, you should. My name. You should look at covered calls. And actually, since I should do my covered calls today. I forgot to do them yesterday. Because at least with covered calls, you can just rent out your shares basically, and not have to worry about it. And where are my option chain? Here it is. There we go. Yeah. No. So with the covered calls, basically, if you just set them to the same price as you bought your shares, it's zero risk. If you set it lower, you run the risk that in the time that's left, they go above, and then you'll lose money. If they go way above and you set it to the price that you sold your or bought them at, you miss out on potential money. But for every time they fail for the guy that buys them, they lose, like, let's say 20 to whatever. Yeah, so if especially when we're this far in the weeds, like it's not going to 58 tomorrow, right? And if it did, who cares? You know, you're out, you get knocked out of the market at 58. Great, you got all your money back, right? So, like I just sold one right now. I'm only going to make 21 bucks, but it's 21 bucks is another AMC share. So, wow, good old autocorrect. Yeah. No, I'm just selling covered calls, Zeus. Just might as well milk it. So you can do it as far as you want to go out, but if you do it weekly, right at the start of the week, you can just milk, whatever. Like, how many shares do you have? My name, like 400? Yeah. Oh, restarted. Okay, so if they were together, you could essentially make about 20 bucks, 23 bucks if they're at if you rented them out at $58. If you rented them out smaller, you could make 40, 50 bucks weekly on them. So I mean, it's lunch money. But since we've been waiting forever, right? Yeah, I'd say there's chance of us going lower. If not today, in the coming days because of the pandemic, right? The US was just talking about fresh lockdowns. So if they say, okay, we're going to do it, we're going to go down even further. So, sucks balls. Yeah, because this is our low point, right? We got a little bit of support here, and then our next drop is like the 25. Yeah. I don't think we're going to free fall. Oh, they moved the earnings to the 9th. There we go. I don't think we're going to free fall, and we got earnings coming up too. But it's definitely probably not a great time to buy. Yeah. Now, just COVID's really weighing on us. We've tried to recover twice, but everyone that is COVID sensitive is getting nuked, except for Denny's. Because Denny's is doing pretty good. Yeah. But I think Denny's is going to be okay. Well, they got earnings until they actually go in lockdown. Then Denny's won't be doing okay. So Robinhood should start burning off a little bit more soon. So they're going to test their lows in a bit. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there was a good chance last week that it was going to break up and you would have gotten a nice 20 to 30% recovery. And then Delta fears got worse and it's like, just go away. No, they only halt it if it breaks a circuit breaker, and right now it's not moving fast enough to do so. But it'll probably halt on the way down because this drop, yeah, it's going to be a 20% drop. Nah, it's a free market. The SEC is not supposed to be mingling and meddling. No corruption. No corruption, no collusion. I love how he's like, I'm off on all charges. And as soon as he's not president, they're like, we have never laid any larger amount of charges to anyone else ever. In the famous words of the president, these charges are huge. God. He's like indicted for like I think it's into the hundreds. And it's like, oh my God. How do you rack up? That's a high score. Number one president, highest score. Nobody had more charges than me. Number one. No, that's not how you win at being a president. Some people say best president, and I'm like, I don't think so. Greatest in the universe? Maybe. Yeah, cryptos took a nosedive the other day because fresh waves of banning is coming through. But then Amazon is apparently going to make their own crypto and take Bitcoin, apparently. And so that helped bring up the stock. Oh. Okay. I think I got this. That should work. Okay. Good old days. Yeah. This is how you become a stockbroker. Good days, bad days. These kind of days, though, if you're not watching AMC or not chilling with me, generally you can just turn off the computer. Just set an alert. If it doesn't break 3240, you don't really need to pay attention. So you can just go take a nap. Because what's going to happen is going to happen anyways. and then you can at least come back for the action. Yeah. Or set an alert for 5703. So when hood breaks, you can at least watch the crash. Oh, man. Yeah. Place an advertisement break. Preparation H. It feels good on the whole. This stock has been brought to you by Whole Cream. When you're tired of taking it and it starts to hurt, try Whole Cream. Makes the pain more manageable. So column width. I broke Bootstrap. Okay. Let's. Yeah. Okay. There we go. She bought shares and you didn't sell them? Doesn't make any sense. Did she sell at 70? Don't know why she's giving you the sass. And she's free to trade on the market all she wants. Evidently, she can do better. Let her show you up. She'll find out it's not as easy as she thinks it is. Oh, I see. Because she can't Google it. I get it. Nice. This is what I want to do. And this is what I got. Ugly as shit. Okay, perfect. Classic ladies. All right, retesting the bottom. P style. If that works. Nope. Oh, helps if I do it right. How do I stack them? What if I do... if it takes that. No. Not even close to being right. Oh, neat. When was that implemented? 2017. And I'm just learning about it now. Oh, I'm on top of the ball. Oh, this is going to make my life so much easier. Let's see. Oh shit, it actually works. Damn. I've learned something today. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely a waiting game. I'll agree with that. is all right. Let's see if that works. Nope. Yesterday's volume. Let's see if I can find that. $61.7 million. Day before it was 59.06. Day before that was 35. And the day before that, 59. Either way, you can see on the bottom of the screen in the Christmas colors, we're basically going to Sleepy Town. But that's usually the calm before the storm, just like here. You see how the volume ramps down, goes silent, and then we got the upswing. So, just the calm before the storm. What we don't want to see is this, red and negativity. That's what we don't want to see. And so far, we're pretty good. We haven't had too much of a pure trucking red day. because no one really wants to close their positions, right? Yeah, COVID is making it so that the market sucks and you're not going to get a quick return. So some people are going to bail out on that. But ultimately, they know it's going to run up again. So it's a trade off. Do you get out now, buy back in $5 cheaper, or do you just ride it out? And that's really what we're seeing right now is that dilemma. Yeah. Yeah, it's low when we can clock 100 million day, right? Like there's some days we get to 100 million before noon. Yeah, but those are the days we're really moving. So, where's Hood at? Where my hood? Where my hood at? Yeah, so it's treading water. But if it gets any more red, it won't be treading much longer. Same with us. Oh, Jesus. So, yeah. One of three columns. Works. Oh, so it was working. It just didn't want to give me the value. Oh, sheesh. Hey. Why is that not working? It recognizes them, but it won't spit out the text. Hmm. Oh, that's why. Because I don't need to do that. How is it an object? Uh, hmm. Maybe if I use double quotes. I can trick it into submission. Hmm. That's why. Okay, in the background, it's separating the value from the key. Okay, that's why. So this, yep, is the same as what I had. And this is what I want. Bingo. Perfect. Yeah, that's what I've been saying all day, Barry. Get it while it's cheap. Perfect. Code is coming along super fast. Oh, I love templates. I'll never write HTML ever again. Pug for life. And write a whole website in like 5 minutes. So good. So I can get val index, which is basically key. Can I do all three? Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Good call. And there you go. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm definitely loading up. Every time they pay me, I load up. Picked a bad time to be on health insurance. Oh, info box. I don't know too much about crypto just because I'm not into it. Um, Now, is this where the London government or the London stock market is going to run their own Ethereum? Because Ethereum, I think, is the one that's backed by Microsoft. So obviously, Microsoft would be wanting to get their crap out wherever they could, right? Well, yeah, yeah. Okay, so the fork is just to lower the costs. Yeah. Well, I think in the larger picture, we're looking at all the central banks are going to start banning crypto, and they're going to put in government crypto. Or it's not going to be cryptography; it's just going to be distributed ledger. So it's going to be blockchain, not crypto. Yeah. I don't know enough about the pricing of model of all of them, but people like to gamble, and there's definite winners in the Bitcoin game, for sure. There we go. I'd say we're more drifting than sinking, but yeah, we started really good, recovered a lot, but overall the whole market isn't having it. Like, if you compare the Dow to us, like, there's definitely a lot of parallels here. It's just stupid COVID fears. Discount day. Can't do nothing about it. Yeah, someone forgot to fill it up. You had one job. One job, Billy. Yeah. I'm down 45% right now. Yeah. On the dot. She's a coming. And I'm going to get my 45% plus recovery. Actually, it'll be about 80. It's almost it's double on the way up. So if you lose 50 and then you buy in and you go back up to where it was, you'll get double your money. You lose half on the way down and you get double on the way back with fresh money. So, discount tendies. It's true. The hurricane might show you Atlantis. I've heard of such things. There may have been a movie about it. That would be legitness. Yeah, got to keep the morale up. Do, 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 do. Jeez, that's huge. This is from 2008. 13 years ago, this code was committed to the internet. That's crazy. always neat to look at someone's profile on a coding website. It's like they code hardcore for like 3 years and then they just disappear. They don't write a single line of code for 3 years. I think everyone just burns out. Oh my god, just where's the minified? Give me the code. Worse. No. Oh, pain in the ass. Well, welcome back. I've been coding why this is running its course. We're looking at the Dow right now. That's not the NASDAQ. Hood's running on the bottom. And we've broken down. Yeah, we retested it. So I looked away about 20 minutes ago. File save. There we go. No, so once you break 31, our next major support's around 28. It's, we might catch it around 30, 31, which is where we are nowish. That's the top of this guy, which is 29.65. Yeah. So somewhere around 29, 28, 30, and the next three will find a bottom. If we don't just recover. Because we could bounce pretty hard off this dip. Let's hope so, Trent. You can drive us through the roof. No one here will complain. And if they do, I'll ban them. Be like, nope, you're out. You're cut. Cut from the team. You should not have pug tags with multiple attributes. It does not like... There, I think that's it. Yep, fixed it. Okay. Very good, Barry. Okay. Oh, it's with the dot after, not in front. Got it. Oh yeah, you can do that. Okay. Hold. Hold. The Battle of Thermopylae. Hold. Hood. Hood had a small spike, but they're still treading water. They're up 30% though for the day. Dot dot dot. Good to know. Um, that's why. Think I got it. Oh, I celebrated a little too soon. Damn it. Got it. Now render, you filthy muggins. Okay. Yeah, that works. I'm still not seeing shit all. Unless that's it. No, it should be at the top. All right. Have fun, Shane. Oh, I see. You're going out to get some of the tsunami fish. Well, make sure you play it safe. Get a rope or something in case you get sucked out to sea. Oh man. Well, CCL's just burning through, but not as bad as SA. -10. Eek. But the Dow's almost down 1% so, and that's pretty bad. About that's about the equivalency of a 33% down on the Dow. 3% is like, you start to really worry if the Dow goes down 3% in a day. Or almost there. I remember when our market cap was in the 30 billions. 53 million. Yeah, so we definitely have higher volume today, and it's probably mostly red. Couple of big sell-offs. That's a good buy-in. Sell-off. Those are buy-ins. About 50-50 on buy-offs and sell-ins. Or sorry, buy-ins and sell-offs. It's not all gloomy. People are still buying the dips. Yep, she just keeps on trucking. Haven't been able to find a bottom yet. Well, that's the problem. But the question is why? Hmm. Oh, good push here. Oh, it was actually kicked off by a pretty big buy-in. You can see on the bottom. Yeah, we're definitely not out. People are just picking and choosing. They're definitely gaming this stock. For sure. But eventually, the bottom will come and meet us. Because remember, we are like a sub $20 stock right now. So we are in the clouds. But I didn't expect us to go reach the bottom. But the weight of the pandemic definitely is going to weigh on us. So we're figuring ourselves out. We'll find an equilibrium at some point and then rocket back up. Especially if like Biden or somebody comes out and says, look, no more lockdowns, no matter how bad it gets, just let them die. Then, boom, stock will double. Now, I would say since 3 months have gone by now, or at least 2 months, I'm going to say we're about 22, 23 is our bottom, somewhere around there. Actually, we could just take a quick look. So, if Actually, let's do 6 months. Erase everything. Okay, so here's the end of the year, right? And I expected us to be around 30, but we're definitely going to be over 30 by that point. We'll do an extended line here. And end of the year is here. And we'll do, let's do 35. So right now, we're worth about 22, 21 conservative pricing. If I put us at probably a more reasonable 50 by the end of the year, you can see we're testing the bottom. But whichever way you slice it, right? We're pretty much going for gold. But see, back then, right, we were at 1127 when we rocketed up, and we could have come back to 1450. But now all this time has progressed 1779 if we're thinking we're going to get 30. But we also have all those new shares, all that new money, right? So I don't think we're going to go down to 30 at the end of the year. So it's more likely 40 plus, which is 22 right now, or 50, which is 30 right now. So this is the bottom if we think we're going to be 50. Now that doesn't mean, we're actually going to go there. What will happen is probably something like this, right? It'll wiggle over and around it, but I'm pretty sure, I can almost guarantee you, we're going to have another spike. I was hoping it would be here, but it looks like COVID's going to make it, go somewhere else, or we'll start drifting up and then we'll go parabolic. So we'll drift up for like 2 weeks and then we'll have our parabolic spike. Yeah. That time is when we sell. So yeah, get out at the peak. Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to go find some food since I haven't eaten all day and it's well past noon. But yeah, I'm definitely not dreary yet. Yeah, AMC will be your retirement by December account. Yeah. Be right back. right, I'm back. Apparently, it's super smoky outside since all of British Columbia is on fire. I wouldn't know. I own 4 air purifiers. My air is crystal clean. Oh. Yeah, they're trying to break new highs in the afternoon. Yeah, getting slapped down. Oh, it looks like we're gonna do a breakout. This is a good setup. Yeah, it's about to happen. So the key here is when you see this shape, right? It attempts, gets pulled down, but it doesn't break new lows. It stays above the 50% line. And then as soon as it breaks this guy, which it'll continue to do if it even drifts sideways, then that's going to cause a breakout. That shape looks like this on a bigger scale. So you go parabolic, which is right here. There's a bit of a pullback, and then you get the power N shape, which is what we're completing right now. And then you get your breakout. Yeah. Still has to get over this 3080. So we'll see some bouncing. Hopefully it has the energy. But it does look pretty good. That's definitely a good shape right there. Nice. Looking good. Yeah, I could see that coming a mile away. So that's an easy 2% if you day traded that. Now, of course, it's just cash recovery at this point, but yeah. That's the sort of thing I would sit and wait. You know, this is one thing, but then this, you know, it's going to go up, which is probably why it went up, and now people are selling because they were just riding the waves. Yeah. Type HTML public. It's crashing the whole thing. Now, you can judge the height by measuring the last run up. So if we did this, and let's say we took the 50% mark of this, which is about here, we'll likely find that this is about the same height as this. Yeah, pretty close. Actually, let's measure it properly. So the top is here. Where's 50? Okay, 50% is here to here. And if we take that, yeah, see? Almost perfectly. Yeah, my initial measurement was bad. So this is 50% off of the main green. Usually you take it from the middle. So it'd be this big. But if you double the middle, that's your maximum. So you see how that's almost 50% of this guy? So it did double of the middle. Yeah, and so that's usually you get at least half, and then sometimes you get double the middle. So anyways, so that's how you measure the run. Or at least it's a good way to ballpark an estimate. Yeah, well, we broke the bottom. So once you break the bottom, if you don't get an immediate comeback, then you run the risk of accelerated drop, which would bring us down to, you know, God knows where, somewhere around here, probably first. Yeah. But if we do get a pullback, we should be going to 45 relatively quickly. And if that triggers something further, we'll do 60 in a shorter period of time. But this ramp up is what we need, which might come after the earnings. I don't know. If that's the case, we'll do a chalice shape like this, more than likely. And then we'll ramp up to do the opposite of this. Yeah. But we need a slowdown period. So when we come back, we'll have a slowdown period here. Now, earnings is right here, though, so I can't see that happening. We could level out and then go up on earnings. I would expect us to, this is going to be a change point. And I'm hoping it's an up. It's because we're so deflated. It should bring us back to 45. So I don't know where we're going to be, but it'll just drag us back up. Yeah, probably lowest we can do is here. And then the next one is this guy, and then this guy, then this guy. So we get to here, level out, and then go up. But this all needs to be post fear of the pandemic. So if we do get earnings that are good, it'll probably bring us up, and then we'll start to drift down on fear again. Yeah. Oh, it's hard to tell. Pandemic's just killing us. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good, TJ. We're all in at a little higher. Oh, hey, the thing's damn well working now. Yay. Okay. So it sends it to the debug console. That's interesting. What if I do... Okay, that one sends it to the Hey, I'm making progress. Okay. Was it really because I was missing this? No. Okay. Day.js. Okay. Oh, fuck, it works now. What the hell? We spent like the last half an hour of it bitching and moaning that it's not going to work, it won't work, and then all of a sudden it works. Must be a cache issue. Son of a flaming horse poo. Hmm. No bueno. All right. P and 2. So the thing went back to not working. Hmm. What did I do different? Maybe it's because it's not stored? That's the problem. Huh. How do I get it to spit out code? Oh yeah, that's what I gotta do. Right. And that's why it doesn't work either, because right. Right. Having some revelations here. Hmm. All right. You might see your push in the end of the day bringing us up to 31 or so. The key is that we need to stay above 30. Or we're going to open up another splash zone. But I am seeing on the, you can see it as well on the bottom of the screen, the volume is showing that we're buying the dips. But it's also showing that people are gaming the stock, so they're riding it up and then bailing on it. Volume's also higher than yesterday, and it's mostly negative, which sucks. But people are buying the dips, so it's more probably people exchanging. So yeah, you can see we've had a lot more volume in the last 2 hours. Yeah. The actual red fall isn't too bad, but you see when it gets to a low point, people are buying in. Now this one here had a bit of people dropping 31 to 30 because we broke a major support line. But other than that, it's mostly buy-in. The drops are relatively small compared to the buy-ins. So all hope is not lost. It's just whoever's buying in is not driving up the price. They're just getting it on discount. Yeah. Yeah, you probably lost a few people to Hood for sure. But I don't think Hood's gonna murder us. Oh, it's trying to drift a recovery. It's got a little bit of volume to support it. Yeah, whichever way you slice it, it looks pretty good. Unless this is the breakdown right now. It looks pretty decent. Whereas, yeah, we're testing bottoms. Now this one is slightly higher. That's good. You can see the slope on this one. Very good. Compared to the slope here, which is very bad. So, doesn't guarantee anything. But, you know, we were basically in this channel for the last, since 10 o'clock. Yeah. Now we'll be working this kind of channel here, which might give us, you know, then a push at the end of the day. And then we'll have kind of a shitty view. And if it goes, you know, strong on Friday, then you'll go up to here, level out, and then you'll attempt these shelves, if you will. So these guys. That'll be our stop. So we'll go like this, essentially, but that way. Yeah, that day's a-coming. We'll see how this holds out. I'll put up the support line so we have it up on screen. And I will do an extended line. So we'll stay out of trouble if we're above this blue line. Okay, how do I fix? Don't. Let me change what I'm doing because I'm doing it wrong. No. No, this is the low point for today. Oh, it did 29.81. I shouldn't say no, but yeah, it technically did. It dipped 29.81 right here. Yeah, we're hovering around 30. But we didn't go into the 20, so we just lightly touched it. So I shouldn't say no. Okay. Oh, geez. That'll do. Um, earnings is in Monday next week. So I'm expecting earnings to give us the kick. I don't know if we're going to run for 2 weeks, but if earnings is lackluster, then how long do you think until America doesn't care about the pandemic, which is probably going to be close to a month? But then we're going to get into the fall flu season, and the pandemic's going to roll out the rim to win, right? So I don't know. Really, the U.S. said last night or the day before that they're looking at new lockdowns. So this is really just throwing a hamper. The whole market obviously doesn't like it. We had a bit of a recovery yesterday, and it's like, so it must have been here or last night. So 2 days ago or last night, they were talking about lockdowns. Yeah, could be 2 days ago. But poop, poop, and poop. It looks like Hood is gonna test new highs. They're recovered 50%. Not truly parabolic, but it's pretty close. So they're just trying to break 69.60, 69.75. We're still okay. Perfect. $16.28. No, don't think that's the time I'm looking for. What did I do wrong? Oh, cool. So January 19th, 2038, all the Unix timestamp software programs will cease to exist. They won't work. Damn. Because the 32-bit buffer will overflow. That's not far away. Shit. Linux is on a time limit. Neat. So it's been 1.62 trillion seconds since January 1st, 1970. Crazy. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. Okay. That's what's going on. There we go. Got it. Take a look at the 5-minute. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see a W forming there. So 5, 10, 15 minutes, 5, 10, 15. So we should be seeing the green if this is going to be successful. If not, we'll fail on the corner, or we're going to fail at the 50% mark, which is around this peak, maybe slightly lower. Yeah. That's in the cards. But that should have been apparent anyways. Like, here's a successful W. We tried for a breakout. It was looking good. It got slapped down. Now we're building a base. So the next part is then the run up, because you level out and then you go up, right? Level out, go up. You can even see there's a little mini W in here. Yeah. But if you can't find a base, then you're in trouble. You just keep sinking. All right. That is awesome. Ugh. Oh, looks like we're finding the wall of the U shape. That's good. So if that holds, it should be a steady climb till 45, so the next 10 minutes. Because the failure point is the curve. So if this doesn't completely erase, then we should be able to run up to at least the 50%, which would be around 30. Yeah, it usually doesn't fall somewhere in the middle of the middle to the middle. It's usually here or there. Ooh. Now, if this is kind of like a false positive, this is going to pull down real fast, huge, and then it will either go crash or it'll form up and you'll have a W in here. Yeah. So that could represent that this was too much too quick. And let's check the volume. It's a little increase in volume. Still buying the dips. Yeah, because you could get something like this. So the overall U shape is here, but you can get, it's too early, or here, too early, so it comes down. Yeah, quite possible. But normally you'd see the severity. This red would be much bigger. And right now, just kind of trickling. Like nobody wants to commit to nothing. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. Yeah. I think that's the smart thing to do, is just do a long haul bet. Yeah. Good. I think that will work. Let's find out if it doesn't. Oh, So far, so good. And red. How is info box not defined? $71. Oh, I left it in, that's why. Shit, it worked. Sometimes I surprise myself. Perfect. Definitely one of the strengths of JavaScript. You can just shove anything into anything. Great. This one's going to be notices. Perfect. Good. So a little preemptive, I guess. That's the time it should have gone up. The same amount of time as probably this. Yeah. So that's why it started pushing, because it's about the same time as this. But then it was too early, which is kind of the inverse of this. So we have this, and then if we do that again, look at that. It lines up. So we're kind of doing the inverted of this guy. Yeah, it's weird how time cycles work like that. Don't generally notice them until it's way too late. Where's time? Cyclic lines. So if we do this, oh, those are interesting. So aside from these two, right, now those ones are off. These are all almost perfect. But those might be off just because it shifted. So now it's... No. Oh, that's cool. Down, 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 down. It's almost like they're selling on a timer. Oh, this one's green. I lied. It's off. Where is it here? Sorry. Oh, when I zoomed, it moved. No, never mind. That's not holding up. Yeah, anyways, time cycles aren't my jam, but they're definitely interesting. Yeah, the 5 minute should look good. We're on that blue slope that I just removed. So we're building a W, and we should go to at least 31, 30, 31. So 38, 80, somewhere up here. We're starting to get a slowdown. Yeah, we're basically maintaining this. Yeah, I would expect us to come back up and latch on. If it breaks 31.14, I don't think it would run to 34. 34 is pretty high. You'd have to get through 32.25, 33, 33.06. 33. Yeah, you could run to 33. I mean, that's pretty much just today, right? This is all today. So we could run back to 33.18 pretty easily. Yeah. All you need is just some commitment. And if that's going to happen, you'll see it in the volume down here on the bottom of the screen first. You'll see the volume ramp up. All of these reds will get really tiny, and then it'll just be on a warpath to the direction we want. Right now, it looks like it's rolling a little too early. Probably the 50% on this. Yeah, it is. So it's not, this is the short term it's having problems with. So this U shape, it's failing at the 50% mark of this. Yeah. But that doesn't mean it's out of the picture. We should still get to about here, which is the 50% of the, I believe, 30, 38, 32, 33. Let's see. Nope, not that one. So 32, 31. That's the what we're trying to achieve. So that middle represents 32, 31. It's 50%. Good. So we didn't fail. So now we should gap up to 31.14 because there's nothing here except for maybe a support resistance line right here. That'll be the next thing we hit our head on. And that's coming up at 30.80. And that's going to be around 2 o'clock. Unless they floor it. Yeah. Volume is ramping up, so we do have commitment. Yeah, see, you got a volume ramp up right here. That's probably going to push. So we'll start seeing it gap. Yeah, they're pushing. Good, good. Yeah, so probably going to take 2 more minutes to get to this blue line. Yeah, 1 here and then here. Could do it in 1 minute. Probably will take 2. Then we'll bounce our head probably on this line because we don't have a lot of momentum. And actually the line is here. Yeah, see that guy? His top. Could argue there's actually a line here. 77, 79, 82, 84. We're going to go with 82, 83. We'll do that. All right, so it's working its way. Working its way downtown. Tuesday, the 29th of May in the year I don't even know how to read that. 53,000? Yeah, I guess that's how you'd say it. The Warhammer era. We're in the 42nd millennia. Yeah, I think there's something wrong here with the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3. No, numbers are good. Okay, so just by adding 3 zeros to the Unix timestamp, it goes from now to 53,000 years from now. Or no, 51,000 years from now. 3 decimal places. Crazy. That's what we were talking about when someone says you got $1 trillion. The difference of 1 billion to 1 trillion is astronomical. Like astronomical. But you're like, it's just a couple of decimal places until you realize it's factors of tens, right? Crazy. Yeah. Okay, at least I got that fixed. We even touch the line. And we got really close to touching the line, so that's possibly a bounce off the line. So we should find the bottom right about here. This is the 50% mark again. Hopefully we find the bottom. If not, it's going to get big reds. Yeah. 3202. Done. Good. So we did find support at the 50% mark. So this should pull back, and then we make another attempt at the line. That's a quick red. Good. solves my problem. Nope. All right. Long drawn out day. Mm-hmm. If I was pessimistic, I would say the same thing. We're going to hold between 25 and 31 probably for a while. If that breaks, then yeah, we're heading down to like 13, 15. But we got earnings just around the corner. So I don't think it's going to just roll like stocks don't normally roll like that. Just straight non-existent down. Probably just COVID fears, and then we'll get bounced up to 40, and then we'll launch back up. It'll more likely be this than I think a complete roll down. But we'll see. Oh no, AMC still has tons of legs. Because if it goes on discount, right, AMC is going to be worth over $30 by December, right? So anything below 30 is a no-brainer for making money by December, unless, of course, the pandemic, goes and knocks out the world's economy. Then no stock is going to be good. So, no, we're not locked down due to Delta. We never really unlocked. So, yeah. So we haven't had too much problem with the Delta variant because we really haven't unlocked. But total lockdown's pretty much over. But travel and all that still, you can't have foreign people traveling because they're the ones bringing the shit over. So we're locking them out. Yeah, no problem, Stacy. Yeah, we did, but they don't count. I mean, U.S. will bring up Delta, but it's, what can we do? We can't bar the Americans. But we may close that back down. But short of this global pandemic, the border between America and Canada has not been ever closed before, to my knowledge. Although they'll probably have a loophole saying it's not closed, it was just temporarily off. Yeah. Back in early 2020? What would this Chinese military camp be doing? Like spies? That's a possibility. Back in 2020, Chinese military trained in Canada in winter warfare, but that stopped back in December 2020. Oh yeah, we do joint exercises with everyone, but also remember joint exercises. Each side gets to spy on each other, right? So you train with the Chinese so you can beat them up later, right? Because you know, sure as shit, both sides are going to be staring at each other. But yeah, they canceled it because probably our ability to spy is far, far weaker than the Chinese, right? And plus, we might go toe to toe with them sooner than later. Oh, they wouldn't be too hard to beat. Their weaponry sucks. Missile systems are pretty good. The amount of air cover is good. They have a shit ton of guided missiles, a lot of long range cruise missiles. But most of the technology is old, so it's not that hard to shoot down. But like the Russians and the Germans, it's a numbers war at the end of the day. So, yeah. Yeah, that won't be friendly training. No, that'll be hostile training. Yeah, I played a simulator that simulates China attacking South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan all at the same time. And actually, it's not that hard for China to be successful, especially on a first strike capability, because there's no US power in the area, minus an aircraft carrier and a couple destroyers and escort group, whatever you want to call it, that are parked in Japan. But if you get up there with, like, I don't know, let's say about 200 guided missiles, even the Patriot systems that are all over the islands in South Japan and North Taiwan and Taiwan proper now, they just get overwhelmed because you got so much in the air, right? So that's really the only way China's winning is it's going to be numerical, you know. But once America goes full tilt, it's over. An F-22 could take out half of friggin' Chinese Air Force, and they couldn't even hit it. Like, that thing would be a ghost. So, but you got to launch those babies from. I guess they'd be coming out of Guam. I think there's an air base there, and then it would be Pearl Harbor, and then San Francisco. I guess are your three bases. I guess in proximity. I don't know too much, but anyways, yeah, good times. Yeah, yeah. Open warfare would suck, but like it's not good for business, which is why no one does it. But if China keeps being China, I think there'll be a little bit of a slap of some sort. So it won't devolve into like total war, but it will be a skirmish of some sort. Yeah. Because even invading China, there's no point. Like, you could take Shanghai. You could easily take the lower half of China. You could easily take the desert part of China. Like, it's unguarded. Like, It's just a big friggin' desert. I mean, it's like trying to conquer Nevada. It'd be a joke. You just drive right through it. But I mean, they're gonna throw everything in their small dog at you. And what's the point? You managed to get some desert. Congrats. No value. All right. Now I wonder if there's going to be proxy wars in China, Africa. If Chinese backed like militants versus uh, American backed, because China's already kind of subverting governments with their essentially debt. Yeah. Yeah, it's all economic wars now. Germany learned that a long time ago with the EU. It's all an economic war. Yeah. Well, they haven't conquered it yet, but I wonder if there'll be like an armed skirmish if they'll get to that point. Yeah. Basically, like the US, they want to project their military power, so they need ports in Africa so they can project their power. And so they offer roads and infrastructure, and then they get a 100-year lease agreement for a military port. Oh yeah, China's in Africa, big time. Yeah. I mean, the U.S. and Canada and Europe could easily go back to Africa and do the same thing China's doing, but there's no benefit to the Africans, right? They're getting screwed. So Europe and America kind of are like, well, we don't want to screw them because we did that back in the day and we're bad people. So we're not going to do that. Where China's like, I don't fucking care. So it's like, okay, like sweatshops, human rights, labor, who cares? So, yeah. Because I mean, this is the stuff America was doing in South America and where else? Britain was doing in Africa, uh, the Dutch, the Portuguese. But that was like 200 years ago. We kind of grew up. China's like, yeah, there's money to be made here. Yeah. Although I guess the same as America in the 1940s when it came to oil, they were just going anywhere to get oil. Yeah. But they were the number one producer, refiner, and I don't know if no, Texas oil I think was found before Saudi oil. Yeah. Yeah, we killed the 5G Huawei here, and rightfully so. I mean, I hate to shit on China, but when you have that level of corporate espionage, you can't trust your infrastructure backbone to a company like that. Oh yeah, no, they're barred from uh, doing 5G here because it's our primary infrastructure. If it goes down, our communications go down, right? We had this problem, I think, in the 80s as well. They found kill switches in old Chinese tech because we started buying like in the 1920s and or not 1920s, sorry, 1960s. We started buying Chinese stuff to replace Cisco stuff for our major telecoms. And defense came out and said, shit, these things are possibly full of kill switches. And so they ripped out all the Chinese infrastructure that, well, it wasn't Chinese infrastructure, but Chinese products because there's no one in the defense community that they put kill switches into their stuff. So you can't have that. They just turn off your phones, turn off your internet. Like fuck, no good. So, anyways, that was the concern. It's like they say it's not there, but nowadays it's so much easier to hide a kill switch. Back then it was big. Now it could just be hidden so tiny, a grain of rice, you'd never know. So now they can't trust them, right? and they can't trust anybody that sources from China either. So military stuff is sourced in Canada, built in Canada using Canadian parts, or the US in the same setup. So it cost out the ass, but you know from start to finish, you're not going to have something turn off when war breaks out. That would suck. Oh, your tanks don't run. Great. Every airplane's grounded. Great. Yeah. Okay, it looks like we're sharpening for a breakout or a breakdown, whichever comes first. Um, I don't know who Safe Moon is. Which nationality are they? Oh, neat. I miss the good old days when it was just Russian hackers. All right, see you, Stacy. Which country? Quite possible. Could be a US thing. Let me Wikipedia it. So apparently you also had a Johnson Smith who used to sell whoopee cushions out of the back of his truck. He was born in Halifax, Yorkshire, moves to Brisbane, moves to Sydney, moves to Chicago. Jeez. No, he was just a super famous um like, do you know the name of the store? If it's the name of the store, I don't know it, but if Johnson Smith, Johnson Smith Co. is a mail order company that sold gag gifts such as X-ray goggles, whoopee cushions, fake vomit. They started in Chicago and moved to Racine, Wisconsin. Okay. Let's see. Um, yeah, it's not showing up on the internet. It's possible that Spencer's gift. What was their original name? No, it's always been Spencer's gift. Huh. So MCA was acquired by an alcohol company and was later renamed Universal Studios. Holy crap. 1995. Man, it's weird how companies evolve. Crazy. Huh, Spencer's gift is acquired by Spirit Halloween. You know, that really fucked up Halloween show that just shows up everywhere? I did not realize they were a big player. Yeah, and then Vendy in 2001 bought Universal Studios. Acon Investments now owns it and sold it to Spencer Management in 2015. Crazy. Yeah, I learned something today. Yeah, I don't know. See if you can find it. I'm interested. Excuse me. Yeah. I remember somebody in high school brought in skunk spray. Holy crap. Like, I remember it smelling like, well, actually, it smells like a skunk. Like, if you ever have to wash a dog from a skunk, there is the smell of skunk, which is kind of like nasty. But when you get the oil, it's so strong that you can't actually smell it. It's like it overloads your nose. So it takes on a different smell. It's almost like a creamy smell. Anyways, that's what it smelled like. And so, man, they just threw it somewhere in the school and it was like, fuck, it was brutal. Yeah. Oh, man. I still remember it. Yeah, I can't really describe it, but it almost gets like a sour, creamy smell. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Of course, there was an announcement and a memo right afterwards. But yeah. But yeah, I remember that. But itching powder and all those other things, that's my dad's time. So that's like 60 years ago. Yeah. Well, it basically was smelt like skunk, but it was concentrated, which is essentially the same as if you got close to a dog that's been sprayed. It was just intense. And of course, it comes in like a friggin' misting bottle too. Like you can spray it like a hand sanitizer. So they're just blasting it in the air and running away, right? When it's like that, it's not a problem. But when they unscrew it and they throw it, oh, sweet God. Oh, yeah. Oh, just thinking about it makes my nose burn. Yeah. 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 The weaker version is the fart bomb, and that's just methane. Um, and then you have rotten eggs. That one's caspium or caspasum, something like that. It's not caspium, but yeah, yeah, those are good. Um, what else? Um, oh, I always love the snake popping out of a can. Those are good because people that aren't paying attention, frig, kills them every time. Yeah, I got hit with it once because it looked like a Pringles can, and I'm like, sweet. And then it's like snake just friggin' shoots me in the head. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Jeez, that's going back 20 years now. Uh, I think that's about all I can remember. Oh yeah, the glitter bombs, new age. Those are great. Yeah, we would make we'd use a hole punch and make confetti bombs and save them up all week and then drop them on somebody at school. And because your uniform has static, you'd be picking it off for ages. picking it out of your hair, and confetti bombs were fun. Glitter is just malicious. Like, you can never get glitter out. So bad for the environment. Um, yeah, yeah. I think at one time somebody put string across the hallway, and someone ran into it and got clotheslined. Like, it was pretty visible string, but because you're coming down from a stairwell and you're taking a hard right, if you're not paying attention, the first person that wasn't paying attention got clotheslined. I remember that. Well, it was like heavily taped to the wall, so it clotheslined him for a bit, and he started to kind of tilt back, and then it rips off the wall. But those were fun. I never got a fake lotto ticket, but that would be cool too. Yeah, we didn't do too much at our school. Security was pretty high. It was post 9/11, so they were, and post Columbine, so they were worried about anything and everything. Feeling vindictive, Paul? Yeah. We're on a slightly uptick since noon. Yeah, when they designed my high school, because it was built post Columbine, they actually designed it so that it has 2 points of entry to every room. And that's also for fire code, but also allows him to, you know, breach. Can't do locked up rooms. Whereas if you look at like my college I went to was built in the 80s, you have rooms that are wall to wall to wall concrete inside wall to wall to wall concrete. So it's like, wow. Fire code nowadays, you got to have a window, 2 points all the time. Oh, I thought you were referencing something, Paul. Yeah, like a jail, yeah. Well, schools were originally built on the prison model. That's why they have the bell and schedules. But they learned that the prison model is not the greatest. Just like conscripts aren't the greatest and slavery ain't the greatest. Yeah. Well, I think, well, schooling has taken many forms from like Greek and, the Egyptians had schools, and the hell, China had schools, Japan had schools, right? But the Western model of schools is British driven, and that's the prison system. And then universities are French driven. Classical universities are French and Italian, and they run on a different setup, right? You show up when your professor shows up. You have a schedule that doesn't follow set routines, right? So it takes a more laissez on fare. It's now moved to be a little bit more structured, versus just following your professor around, right? Which is what universities used to be. It'd be like me teaching stocks. You'd all just show up and I would just talk stocks. And then you'd all go and think about stocks and practice stocks and then show up a week later and we talk again, kind of deal. That's old school universities. Um, yeah. But then, of course, that takes forever and, people want to get it over with. And so it's changed. But, anyways, yeah, interesting bit of history. Yeah. You can kind of see that with monk training in China, kind of the same thing. They give you a lesson that you practice a million times, but you're essentially learning on your own, but it's under the guidance and you stay on campus or the monk temple until you've learned your lesson, right? Yeah. Geez, that would be scary. Yeah, as soon as I enter a building and it doesn't have more than one exit, it's like, I'm not hanging around. First fire and everyone's dead. Like the idiots that thought it was a good idea to lock the exits at the movie theaters. Damn. Not a good idea. Okay. Quite a big spread. I'm going to go with, we're going to get a last minute push. So I'm going to go with upper channel. Yep. This is the hour of power, Shane. Also known as sour hour. The hour of pain. Damn. Abandoned cemeteries. Is it oh, it's 2-story building, eh? I was gonna say. Because I went into an old schoolhouse once, and it basically is just like you see in the movies. You enter from the back left. There's, I think, a washroom, like just a toilet or something, maybe. Then it's a wall, and then the wall starts the rows of desks. Then there's a desk for the teacher and a blackboard, and then windows on the side. It basically had the structure of a church or a barn with a side door that faced the rear. But I was like, huh, you walk in and there's only one way in. But I mean, you could jump out the windows, but yeah. So back in, like, when they burned down the school, that was the risk. If there's only one door, you're trapped when they lock the door and set it on fire, right? But I think that was common practice. Like great halls had one door, and it was like a barn with just big middle door on the rear, and that's it. There's no other door for safety and security. So, like, I think the great houses All the keeps are like that. All the Viking longhouses, I think, are one door. Yeah. Which I guess kind of makes sense. You don't want someone shanking you in the back. Woo. Painted shut. That is pretty creepy. I do enjoy a good newspaper window. Nothing says you're about to get murdered like newspapered over windows. How do you paint a window shut? Just black? You black them out, or like what's the definition of painted shut? Or I guess maybe on the inside you'd paint them the wall color, and on the outside you would probably uh, gray them or black them so they have definition. They seal it with paint. So what does it match though? The wall color? Like is it accented or? Oh, okay. So you're saying they're just fused shut. So they haven't opened them, but they're not painting over the glass, are they? Like, are they just painting the whole thing, or they just painted so many times it glues itself? Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. That my grandpa's farm's the same way. They just paint, every year or 2 years, and 20 years later, you got like 6 inch. Okay. Yeah. And the paint back then was very sticky too. And over the time, it kind of fuses. Yeah. My grandpa's farm's just like that. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. We took a friggin' paint scraper to one of the windows to try to reseat it. It was probably about an eighth of an inch of pure paint, at least, which is probably like 30 layers. Yeah. 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 We had to crowbar it. And then you had to go up the side with a blade to cut the edging because the window's just a rocking piece of framed wood and glass, right? Yeah, yeah, we knew that. Well, we guessed because paint had lead. Apparently, the paint here in the '80s had lead too. They're doing a reno on my balcony, and all the paint is leaded. Apparently, or no, was it the '60s? I think my apartment was made in the 60s, not the 80s. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the houses that have last are better, but back in the day, they did make some pretty shitty houses. Like, they would use the crappiest pine, fit in a piece of glass. It's just those houses have burnt down or got crushed. It's only the good ones that still last. So we're like, oh man, those houses are sturdy. It's like, man, you should see the shit bricks they used to make. Like, we have a place called LeBreton Flats, and it was all the lumber workers working at the falls. So they park themselves on the flats. Well, their houses were like paper thin, whatever, garbage. Well, this is even before electricity. And so you cooking at home on your wood stove, and someone burnt down pretty much half of Ottawa. Um, so that place got torched. The whole thing went down. And that was the Great Fire of 18 something. But yeah, like just pitiful housing. Even in Japan, where they put a lot of effort into their housing, especially their old housing, you can still find historical garbage houses, and they are nasty. Like, just they've kept them up, but it's like they're built so badly that it's like a million band-aids trying to keep this thing apart together versus the well-built temples or the well-built rich people houses of the time, I guess. But the poor people houses that they tried to preserve, it was like, frig. It's wedging, they're lifting, they have supports everywhere. The whole thing's just basically held up with supports. It's like, wow. Sudden breeze and this thing's gonna come down. You can't even go in them because they're just for show. Like, yeah, pretty bad. But I mean, you're also looking at like 200 years or more. So what do you expect? 31? Oh, geez. I thought I typed 31. Jeez. No problem. Thank you for playing. Yeah, we have some really nice old houses in Kingston and Toronto. There's some really nice 1800s housing. America has much better old school housing just because America's older than Canada, per se. And definitely developed better than Canada did in the early days. Yeah, going through Waterloo and some of the old towns along the Niagara, like, oh man, some of those houses have been here from like the 1800s, stood on this piece of land looking over this water for like 200 years. You can feel the history. It's great. Oh, Shane, I already took that number. You landed right on top of me. Do you want above or below me? Or where would you like to go? Yeah, that's when you used to be able to change the glass in the windows. And some of the super old houses, the glass, because glass is technically a liquid, you can see the drooping. Like the church by my parents' house, they're stained glass. You can see the thickness of the bottom of the glass from all the drooping because it's like, oh, I don't know, 80 to 90-year-old stained glass. No, it's a thing. I'll double check it. Yeah, because I've seen it. Or perhaps I'm just imagining it. No. So it says scientists say that glass is usually made of silicon dioxide and it doesn't change its shape over time scales that humans would notice. The damage was done when it was cooled. And most likely it's due to the builders. Oh, look at that. Yeah, so it is a myth. But yeah, the definitely though the windows were fatter. You could see um I guess that was intentional then when the builders built it. Neat. It's due to the glass fabrication methods of the time. Oh, and glass is not a slow moving liquid. It's actually a highly resistant elastic solid, which means it retains. Oh, look at that. Egyptian vessels show none of this sagging, but it can be found all throughout 12th century medieval glass. And a 20 million year old amber. Scientists have proven once and for all glass does not flow. Huh. Oh, look at that. I did not know that. Sweet. Yeah. Well, anyways, the church has a whole bunch of droopy windows, which I wrongfully attributed to age. But yeah, it's got all that drooping. So it just turns out the shitty church was made. Huh. Apparently, it's just manufacturing process. But yeah, so yeah, neat. Which is probably why that myth has lasted so long. Because you can find evidence that proves your point. But science wins at the end of the day. Might just take them a while. He's a 20 million year old piece of amber. Oh, longer than recorded history by a factor of uh, 10 million. Jeez. Or no, wait. 6. So by a factor of million. We can technically go back 10,000 years of recorded history. That put you back into the early Egyptians. Egyptians are 10 to 6,000 BC. And then they phased out. I think they go back 10,000. Okay, 700 BC. Yeah, plus 200. So yeah, they go back 10. So what we know of Egypt is 300 BC. And then when you get into the 700 BC era, then it's the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks, up to the Romans, and then that whole chestnut, and 30 BC with Cleopatra the 7th, 5th, 6th, 7th, yeah, was the end of the empire, arguably. 30 BC, which would be mid-Roman, I guess. Romans burned out, I think, 300. 280, 250. No, 240, I think, is when they split. Eastern Roman Empire. When did that form? Oh, it formed in 395. Okay. But when did it finally take over? First division of the Holy Roman Empire, 286. Yeah, anyways, we're brushing up on my history. We are the 1, 2, 3. We're the 4th on volume. That's higher than we were yesterday. But we're currently rocking 76 million, so we definitely have a little bit more volume today. Hood is second at 45. They've traded over 156 million today. Jeez. This is likely going to turn into a dome shape, though. But they might survive long enough to the end of the day. Even if they do go into a dome shape like this, it's probably actually going to be really low. You would never see something like that. Not unless there was news. So they'll be saved by the bell, basically. What about us? Yeah, so with us, we might start an upswing, but we'll get killed by the bell. Well, I mean, technically we're getting saved because the day's been pretty shitty. But at least we're going up. But if you're still here, Shane, I need a different EOD for you. Or actually, I could just move myself. Why, I can handle that. And I will put myself in the middle here. There, we're evenly staggered, minus Stacy and FOC and Kim. But if it tanks, Augie's got it. I don't think it's gonna go that low. Okay. All right. Ugh. This is cute. A little blob. Hey, Mr. Blob. No gravity blob. I want to steal this guy and put him on my website. I'm gonna call him Rocky. All he does is blink and move his mouth at you. Oh, that's neat. So he does it by a whole bunch of point masses connected together with joints. That's pretty cool. Man, these are old school websites when they use plain text. Interesting that this guy's code is essentially what evolved into what everyone's using now called Canvas. So he pioneered some of this shit. All in C++. Oh man, Doxygen, I remember this. I used it as well. Jesus, memory lane. Okay, all right, we're locked in for end of day. Looks like we might be following the line. One can hope. Excuse me. I learned about DV compression. I quite enjoy going down the rabbit hole. The 31 is taken, yeah. If you quickly pick another number, there's some pretty cool stuff. Like old school television. It would broadcast the colors and the brightness separate. And so you could send more color if you slowed down the brightness. And so you could fill the airwaves and the person wouldn't notice. Ah, so that chroma abrasion comes from the compression. Chromatic abrasion. I learned something today. Cool. I'll throw you guys in. It's not like we have a lot of competition here. 2988. And we'll give him 3101. Yeah, we'll do above. Yeah. So the bottom of this is where we are right now. So we'll get a bounce. And if the bounce is good, then we might be able to go back on track. Now, this bounce is a little early, so we could still get pulled back. But there's your bounce, at least. Probably delete that line or it's going to confuse us later. Yeah. Yeah, it's 0.8 for the Dow. So you can see we're not too far off from that. You know, we're looking pretty identical to the Dow. Right? So it's not a big deal. Yeah, Hood is just having its time in the sun. They had a short squeeze. Ooh. Tomorrow's Thursday. We should see an upswing. Ooh. Oh, I guess that's a question directed at me, Marshall. So yeah, roughly the chart overall looks like we should be going up, but I know better with the no, that's fine. Um uh but with the news and how it's unfolding, I don't want to be too optimistic. Um but we definitely, in the grander scheme of things, we do look like we're going to go up. These are all good signs of a breakout's coming. Like we should be running up the clock. This roll can be explained by basically the recent pressure in COVID ramping up. Delta's like quadrupled, so forth and so forth. But this pressure should be pretty much final. We've hit the end. We've hit the bottom basically. So we should get a bounce, just like you saw a couple seconds ago, but a bigger bounce. And you can see we're in a giant possible U shape here, right? So this is just getting a last minute sell off, which is kind of shitty. But is the rest of the market doing that as well? No. Dow? Nope. No, that's just us then. Oh, so for today, it's a big U shape. Scroll. So we're about the middle part of the U shape. Yeah, we started at 35 today and we just rolled, right? So it would go about this far, then ramp up. So you're looking at, possibly something like that. But on the grander scheme, right, aside from this part here, we're essentially finding our bottom, which is around where we are now. So I expected this to probably roll, hit a point, which we unfortunately broke through. And then it's going to do something like this. Now I'm hoping earnings will be the catalyst that will do that. So in this case, we're going to roll and go into this shape, I think, versus what could have happened, which would have been a more of a chalice shape. And if earnings are really good, then we'll go into like that. But I think that's too optimistic with all this COVID crap floating around. If we didn't have COVID to deal with, we'd already be at 70. That's really what's been haunting us for like the last 2 months. And the market's finally given up hope. But I mean, they're not too bad. Like the Dow's only at 0.7. It's not 3%. So it's not alarm bells, but it's definitely not good. I would not get in at this moment. No. Let it find its bottom and start going up. It probably has a bit to go. If it doesn't have a bit to go, then it's going to level out and will go sideways for like a whole day. And then it will start to go up in the afternoon. But I highly doubt that's going to be on Friday. It's possible. I think, well, I can almost guarantee you some people have migrated to Hood, right? Um, the people that are day gamblers and all that sort of stuff. Sure. Um, you know, but our volume today was pretty high. I mean, it's going to end around 80 million. So there definitely is a lot of fear. This wasn't completely empty, right? There was a lot of buy-in on the way down where we got most of our volume. And then there's a big sell-off right here from 31 to 3020. That one had a lot of negativity, but that was also us breaking our historical bottom. So that's expected. We did kind of shore up about $1 lower. So that's not too bad. We only kind of fell for $1. But now we're testing the bottom again just before close. So that's not a good sign. But who knows, it's all boiling down to COVID at this time. And then US policy. Yeah. Monday's your best entry or Friday just before close? Because Friday, the most damage will be done. Well, tomorrow's Thursday, so Thursday won't be too bad. Friday will be the worst. But then we have earnings on Monday, so how is this going to play out? So, yeah. 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 Well, Thursdays are usually your best day of the week. So our Monday was pretty shit. So Thursday is going to be, if it's not Monday, it's probably not Tuesday, probably not Wednesday. Thursday might save you. And then no, not Friday. So sometimes you'll get your Monday on a Tuesday and it'll kind of push it back. And sometimes you get your Friday on a Thursday when the market closes early. But for the most part, Monday is really bad. The rest of the week is probably shot. You can hope that Tuesday maybe redeems, but if Tuesday starts off bad, Wednesday ain't going to be any better. Indeed, Lambos tomorrow. They're guaranteed. I guarantee Lambos tomorrow. Always tomorrow. It says so right on the banner of this stream. Would a cult leader ever mislead you? Jeez. What do you take me for? A 2-bit charlatan? I said good day, sir. I love that. I used to say that all the time. Someone would be like, I said good day. but Good day, sir. And you just keep repeating good day, sir, very loudly and keep escalating it. One of my favorite actors. Can't remember his name off the tip of my tongue. Uh, oh, Gene Wilder. Yeah. Young Frankenstein is gold. Blazing Saddles, gold. And definitely they shouldn't have remade Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. They took a great and they ruined it. just no. Do, 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 do. I remember 801. Were not the good old days. It was the worst of times. It was the worst of times. Yeah, there'd be a lot of buy-in on 30. But I think it's still trying to trend downwards. It's just there's a lot of limits. That's not robots. It's just people buying in. You know, people have limit orders. That's why whole numbers, right? But they're going to break through it. So, you know how I say it bounces off a line, right? So if it bounces off a line, that works. But if it stays on a line, right now there's a whole bunch of back and forth like this that we can't see. Like look at the bottom of the screen. See how it's all super zigzaggy, right? So what's going on is this. And so they're trying to get through the line and people are just buying to stop it from going down because there's so many orders. Yeah. Now, judging by how friggin' zigzaggy it is, it may be robots that have gotten stuck. Because look at it go back and forth. Either that or it is just there's so much volume. Yeah, but I'm actually thinking it might actually be robots. At least this part might be. Oh, I need to undo that. But anyways, normally it hits a point. So now they broke through. So they burn through all the limits now. So once you break through, then it can free fall because all the people that were buying and holding it up are done. And so it finds its next support. And that's very, very common. But yeah, they had, look at the line here. They had quite a fight. It's possible that two robots basically got stuck and they started trading back and forth. Because, yeah, that's pretty zigzaggy. A little too zigzaggy. So what you should see on the volume is it goes, touches a line, gets pushed back, touches a line, gets pushed back. And those are market orders that are executing. Limit orders will stop it on the line and won't let it go through. And then it naturally goes up because red runs out of ammunition and the slightest green makes it go up. And those are limit orders. So limits are like a defensive wall, and market orders, when they're triggered, jump you. So they touch the line and then you jump towards the opposite direction. And those are your two majors, and they're usually hiding on whole numbers. So 30, 20, 10, 1050, 1025. Yeah. Well, that was the big scrimmage at 30, right? So yeah. Yeah, look at the volume increase once we broke 30. But a lot of that volume's buy volume. They're pushing it up. They're going to put it back over 30. Looks like they're going to. Someone just got free discount tendies. They're 0.3% off. But this part here will probably correct itself pretty quickly. So that's about 2%. Because this is probably just an undue sell-off. If tomorrow's doesn't start super negatively, then we'll either gap up or it'll just quickly come up. Then we can fall back down. But I think green just kind of gave up early. Jeez. If it lands on Marsh right on him, that'll be quite the call. $29 at close? Like you mean $29.90 or something? Yeah, we're not going down $1. Where's 30? 30's up here. Yeah. Okay, there's 20 seconds left and they're just pounding it with sell orders. 10 seconds. 9, 8. Oh man, they're dumping. 3, 2, 1. And it's yours, Marsh. That's pretty damn close. Yeah, see the Dow took a... Oh, that's what happened. So we were trucking along and we started to go. The Dow started to go too. Okay, there was just an end of the day sell-off. Yeah, so Ford went, GME went, that's gold, NASDAQ went. Okay, that makes more sense. CCL's unaffected. Let's see, did Hood get hit by it? Very lightly. Okay, so guess some larger fish. So yeah, we probably would have drifted a bit down, but the severity, as you can see, is a little extreme compared to the rest of the day. But yeah, the Dow basically took a nosedive too. Yeah. Oh, good times. How Hood is going up just because the people, when it opened, they shorted it, right? So they shorted it and then it got short squeezed and then you get FOMO. But I don't know if it's going to hold, right? You got the volume that squoze you up here and they came back to here, which is less than 50%. Then they came back up and they leveled out with a slight climb. But then that can turn into a dome shape. And then when these people get threatened, which will be here, if it manages to wiggle under, it's going to drop and, potentially fall. So I wouldn't be too optimistic with it. Yeah, it's easy. Like you can see it with us here. If we look at us, right? You can clear this now. Right, so we built the 3-month. So we built the dome shape, right? So this is what's going to happen to them. Except we went up and we leveled out high. With them, they went up and they leveled out low, right? And they're going to do the same kind of dome shape like this. So they are currently right about, I would say, here. So they could maybe do that, right? Which is what I thought we were going to do. But if it starts to show any weakness, starts to show any weakness, they're going to tumble like we did. And I guess Robinhood is unaffected by the pandemic, I guess. So I guess the weight isn't rolling on them as well. But yeah. Yeah, you can see their, here, I can draw it better. So it goes up and then it goes like this. So yeah, they're about the midpoint or possibly the ass end of their roll. And then when they get back to here, then they're going to have the same problem where they can free fall from here to here. And then once that's challenged, right, they started here. Their next support is 36. So, yeah, we'll see. Fun to watch nonetheless. All right. Well, I bid you adieu because I want to get off my seat because my ass is killing me. Thank you for coming out. And as always, I will see you in the future. Good.